G-Meister here, and welcome to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Hi, enjoy your stream. Welcome in Vodka, welcome in Noir. Apollo Justice. I love the part where Apollo was like, it's justicing time, and he justiced all over the place. So yeah, welcome to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, everybody. It's been about a year since we last streamed Ace Attorney, and I'm excited. I am fully excited for this. I don't exactly have a Phoenix fucking like look, but like, you know, I got the beanie on, I got the sweatshirt on, got sweatpants on, you know, I'm ready, you know, I'm ready. I'm just like Phoenix in this game, bro. I'm fucking washed up. I'm ready to go. So yeah, I don't know, I'm just excited to get to play this video game. Well, no spoilers, by the way. First time going through it, pretty much. I just know Phoenix is like, kind of like this, so I'm like, alright, you know, I'll try to replicate the look to the best I can. Yo, welcome in, Nick. Thank you for popping in, man. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Showdown time. You lose. Ah! Bonk. He's bonking. Eek! Car against humanity. Bruh, he's dead. He's dead! I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Chain of Memories. Where are the good Ace Attorney games? Chain of Memories. I miss the real Ace Attorney. God, I miss it when it was just Phoenix, right? Oh my gosh, why do they have to change everything? Oh man. You sound like, Joe, that's like Ace Attorney fans from like, basically the year 2007. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Me every time I click the go live button. For real, man. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Oh, wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise is your voice. I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my cords and steel voice workout. I'm fine. Are we fine? Chad, do we think we're fine? I don't know, man. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality in your screen. Oh, I have to make him raspy? Okay, I'm fine! Something like that. I overdid it again. To a destiny snuff. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir! I'm all over that drift! As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir! One more thing. Don't say you're fine. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. G, you're kind of quiet? Alright, I'll up myself up a little bit. Thank you for telling me. True. what visual novels do. Alright, I've adjusted the audio. Hopefully I'm not peaking or anything. So, there you go. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him! No way! He's clearly, yeah, clearly I'm playing the native PC port Capcom, you know, made. Clearly, you know. Whoa! Huh? Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. He's homo! He's here! The king! I love him. I love his fit. Clearly, I love his fit. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? It's Daddy Phoenix. So you're... Fine! I'm fine! Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. He's just like me, for real. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me. Fucking forgot about that. Fucking forgot about that. Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend. So why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. Christoph Gavin. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, It's time, shall we? Yes, sir! Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice! G-Meister and Ace Attorney? It's true. April 20th? We're having this trial on 420, baby? Oh, let's go. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. Ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice. And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Gosh, am I supposed to sound more raspy? Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor? I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, sir. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. Do all the responses? I'll try. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Huh? Does he? I don't think so. Christoph. Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. He's just him. He's just him, man. He's just that guy, you know? This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind to explain the charges, Mr. Payne? To think, I saw you enter this room as a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borchert Bull Club. Gavin's gonna fucking... Yeah, I'm gonna butcher that. Thank you for redeeming that, Barnabas, and welcome in. A Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was... The pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Yeah, sure, grape juice. We'll go with that. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's favorite. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle of evidence. Gee, the plot twist at the end of the game is insane. Pronounced Borchit, if I'm not mistaken. Gotcha, Nick. Something to note, Mr. Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right, I've heard of that. I'm a practicing attorney. Use the court record button to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, the court record button. The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant? I don't think in legal terms the judge can't know the defendant. Well, you know, who cares? You know, it's Ace Attorney. We're in kangaroo court. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shoddy Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently through his place of residence, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That too is unclear at present, Your Honor. How the hell we're having this trial, I will never know. But we've had worse trials in the series, you know? It's kangaroo court. But here's the thing. You pay attention to the real court of law. Have you ever paid attention to kangaroo court Ace Attorney laws? It's just fucking anything goes. You know, parrots are allowed to testify, you know. It's wild, man, you know. We got ghosts and shit. It's crazy. Crazy-ass courtroom. We believe they first met at the Borch... Gavin, let's see if we can do it. The Borchit? Borchit Bull Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? I don't get it. Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive has nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least, not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Bruh, he's dead. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? Hey Chad, you want to gamble? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna run a prediction for this. That's a crime in and of itself! We live in a society. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. OMG, he killed Sojiro. Yes, gamble. Objection. It's true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs rethered and blue flame, know its final outcome. What the fuck are you talking about? Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. And impress women! Wow. That will be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. That's a great face to have. That's a great sprite right there. Ah, I love Drama Law Club. Yeah, Drama Law Club is pretty great, man. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Literally. Except, you know, this guy's like life and my client. We all love Hobo Phoenix. He's just him. He's that himbo, you know? Look at him, then. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade. Yeah, I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we played and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. He's literally that guy. He's him. He's just him, you know? A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Ha! Got him! Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you all right? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? How forward? Is a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher? Okay, so essentially, this is essentially, have you played Ace Attorney before? Then take the refresher. If you haven't, well, if you haven't played Ace Attorney before, take the refresher. If you have, no thanks. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered. I think you'd better do more than think. You know it or you do not. Well, yeah, clearly we haven't played Ace Attorney before. Take the refresher. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press and present. Find any inconsistencies and lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if! Phoenix Wright would never lie. It's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Brown. Bum 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 bum. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Hold it! You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. Can this defense attorney admit his aura stinks? Which one? So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large. I live in a society, Apollo. Don't you know that? Then why are the Abortion Bull Club? Between Phoenix and Apollo, who do you think has better hair? I'm biased. I'm gonna go Phoenix. Even if he is wearing that beanie right now. You know, that beanie just adds so much to him, you know? But, you know, I love this look for Phoenix, but I just genuinely love his regular design as well. So I'm gonna go with Phoenix, but Apollo's horns are pretty cool, you know? I don't know. You know, I'll run that of the poll for you guys, I suppose. Quick poll. Better hair? Phoenix. Apollo. I'll give you guys like 5 minutes on that. Phoenix beanie. The Beanix. Yes, exactly. We love Beanix.
Paul's hair could count a weapon.
My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all. Ah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Imagine having to do poker. I'm a prosecutor. I'm such an honest member of society. My work is well respected. Okay. Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? The room where we played and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It's quite a history, actually. The Borshit Club used to be a gathering spot for the black market types back in the day. Black market? I'm quite a draw. So you've had draws! So you've had draws! OMG, Phoenix lied to us. I can't handle this. I'm gonna go make dinner and go buy Goku Black. I'll be back later when I recover. Alright, gotcha, Joe 504. All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room? Gambling hoods? You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. I'm bad to the bone. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Alright, let me check our evidence real quick. What do we got? We got a crime photo. The sub-basement, okay, let me look at this. Alright, we got stuff going on down there. It has Mr. Wright's fingerprints. That's our attorney badge. Oh, and the autopsy report. Time of death was around 2 a.m., April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. The rules are simple. We played a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other was blue. As I recall in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. Huh? Gotta love the gracious use of a pawn. True. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right! It was a simple game, after all.
Sweet merciful. Is this a Shakespearean play? Honestly, Shakespeare comes up way more than you would think in Ace Attorney.
Are you sure about that? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? Life is strange. I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure. Why not?
I feel like with a name like that, Apollo's career choice may have been limited.
I mean, you know, where else could he have applied, you know? You could have been a detective. What else could he have done? I guess be a judge. I don't know. You're a prosecutor? I don't know, man. Yeah, he is pretty limited, you know? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Well, that's a lie. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon? This grape juice bottle? Chat, is that really grape juice? Do we actually think that could be wine? That could be like just a bottle of wine right there. Right? Right? So I said. Yeah. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Who in whatever God's name named their kid Apollo? A damn pilot?
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
He. Wah! Wait, hey, I think I can maybe do that. Like, kind of like... Hold on, kind of like... Wah! Zeus? Zeus is my favorite pilot, for real.
Too bad a new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. Ha! What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Boom! Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Sorry if that like blew your fucking eardrums out, by the way.
I just wanted to scream like he did. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case.
He's so passive aggressive. Like, geez Louise, look at him.
But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, I mean, that's true. The prints alone can't... Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Hey, there's some good sparkling grape juice that's bottled just like that. Well, which is my favorite kind.
I mean, yeah, grape juice is bottled like that, but I don't know. For some reason, that feels like a localization thing, you know? Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down! Upside down? What does that mean? I mean, it means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that. Bonk! Yes! To brain someone with the bottle!
Yeah! That face is funny. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice.
Huh?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I'm sorry, that fucking Sprite, dude.
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now.
Not very cooperative, are ya? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
If Apollo became a judge, would he be Justice? So, like, Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, Your Honor. That'd be fucking hilarious, to be honest. Objection! Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin?
On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police?
Reported? Like, you know, just reported it?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that...
Really? Never change, Judge. Never change. God damn it! Fucking hell, dude.
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from the near scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
I was gonna not make the Among Us joke, but hey, Barnabas, you made it for me. Ooh, the imposter reporting the body? Classic.
That's right, I'm Phoenix Wright, and I'm the imposter in Among Us, and you're watching Disney Channel. Bum 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 bum. The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call. Mr. Wright's cell phone.
The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative?
Ick! Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. Man, I'm being, like, hard carried right now. Damn.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question. How indeed? I like to imagine Judge just sitting there. He has no idea what the fuck is going on. He's just sitting up there with his popcorn like, yeah, that's a good question. Tell us all about it. Or the prosecution's like, yeah, his fingerprints are on the bottle. Oh, good point. Good point, guy. You know, I trust that guy.
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime? That must mean they witnessed the crime.
No way. No, really, Apollo? No way, man.
Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
Wow. The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I just see, like, a hand and, like, a plate and, like, a little pot thing.
I surmise that she'd been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
What the fuck?
So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. What? It's just... You... Are you sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you're sure it is okay.
Now, the prosecution. Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witnesses, oh, Gavin, here we go. Paraphernalia? Yeah, actually, that is how you pronounce it. Actually, never mind, I'm good.
Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of a trade.
A camera and a plate. And that would be?
My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as a waitress in the Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera? I don't get it.
Of course, it is my pride to serve Borscht.
I swear I'm not pronouncing that correctly, chat. Am I? I think I'm butchering that, like, consistently.
Borscht, that is naming a restaurant. But I also perform, how this said, other services, like photography?
I take it one of those services is taking the customer's pictures, like a souvenir, like on a roller coaster.
What? Like for example, this one.
What the? That's the defendant.
Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is the one who was gone kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim. Order! Order! That is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
Pronounce borscht. Borscht. Kind of like that. It is the same way they drop bowls of borscht on lots of customers, casually.
And the court will casually accept this new evidence.
It's the photo, okay. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in the room, the hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is a room where famous gangster, but bad guy.
Wait, is that just bad guy? No way.
That's an Ace Attorney name if I've ever seen one. Bad guy was arrested. In the room where murder took place.
What?
You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Ori, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... I'm trying to make him raspy because the game is describing his voice as raspy. So, like, I don't know. I'm hoping it's okay.
Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
That fateful night.
That night, customers asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
That doesn't sound right.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous, because Mr. Wright can't lose. No L's taken.
Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection?
But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as a prosecutor, either.
And then what? Did you lose as you lose against Mia and like Trials and Trib?
Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. The hands and chips are on this side, belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say? Oh, I love chips. Can we get some like barbecue or like, you know, maybe some salt and vinegar? Oh, I love chips.
I mean, yes. Imagine poker as war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of Courtroom number 3. Oh yeah, back in my day.
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim side of the table. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Damn it, Judge! Damn it, Judge!
Damn it, Judge! Stuff your food up and focus!
But I love chips! Chips are like my favorite, you know? Oh, there's so many kinds. There's like buffalo chips. Have you ever had ketchup chips? Oh man, those are really good. Doritos. Judge is like a gamer. Alright, the man flew at the victim and strangling him. Oh, well, that's just wrong. Motherfucker. Objection! What do you mean? Oh, okay, so for those of you who are new to Ace Attorney, if the music is still playing and I do objection, I'm wrong. What the fuck?
This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
How exactly are the evidence in that statement just now related?
They aren't, are they?
Not at all. Mr. Justice, please think the facts over before making accusations.
I don't think that won me any points with the judge.
Let me press that then. Oh, god damn it, really? Okay. So I think... Okay. It's okay.
But the defendant would never do such a thing. Eek!
Well, no, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Okay? Still, why would anyone do something like that over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost the game?
Yes, of crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly.
And now we're back at the beginning again. The night the customer asked for me to deal cards. It was cold, both players played with hats on. I ain't calling the judge by your honor if you think ketchup chips are good. But they are so good. Like, they're so like, you know, they're like salty, but like kind of like ketchup, you know? It was cold, both players with hats on. Well, actually, hang on a second. That's the chip. Yeah, okay. They both have their hats on. Let me check this photo real quick. Sure. The victim, he plays his whole time with his hand on his locket. with his locket at his neck. His locket? I believe it was a good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt it. He must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I knew that. But imagine, can we pretend like we're airplanes in the night sky, like shooting stars? Man, I could really use a wish right now. Anyway, it was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket is a locket. It doesn't matter. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So, what happened next? Also, this woman's really wearing a fur and wool coat and an unishaka in the courtroom. Ain't that blistering? I mean, for sure, unless they're like really well, like, there's like an air conditioner going off in there right now, it would be like really fucking, I don't know, I guess that would help. The last stand is done, but something terrible happens, I assume the murder happens. Something terrible? Like what? Eek! The defense will refrain from needlessly shouting! Sorry, I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss Orley, you can tell us what happened. Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. Oh! Okay, so I was on the right track, chat. I just used the fucking wrong piece of evidence. There you go. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. No more customers only choke on bullshit. Bullshit. No, I mean the reports show that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ack! Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Eek! Oh, there's laughter in there. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat, everything. Yeah, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? Well, neat. This head certainly was hit. Thanks for the second photo. But I've seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim in his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. Oh, what do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in our testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Now, this one might be a stretch, right? But you can see the game. No, well, not the game, but the photo right here, right? The fact that, like, he got hit implies that, you know, like, that clean of a hit on his forehead area, that implies that the hat was... I don't think he was wearing a hat during the game. Phoenix was wearing a hat during the game, like his beanie, but I don't think he was wearing a hat during the game. Motherfucker! Your Honor, blah 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 blah. Just take the hit. Just objection overruled. Ugh. I'm gonna try not to save state unless I get really low. So, who put the hat on, Ogla? Yeah, who the fuck put the hat on? Exactly, like... Like, chat, I don't see any marks of, like, strangulation on there. Like, I don't see, like, you know? I don't see that right there. So, like, I don't know. Do we... Let me look through all of our pictures real quick. Okay, so we have 2 pictures, right? We have this picture right here that has him with the hat on, right? Which, again, who the fuck put the hat on him? And then we have this picture they took during the investigation, which is right here. I don't know. Part of me wants to just present the first crime photo. Nope, okay. Damn, my ass is getting beat right now. God damn, really? Okay, so I presented first photo there and that didn't work. Let me try pressing that one. You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry. It must be I must be forgetting this, Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. My work here is done. My people need me. The defendant made the strangled victim, then changed his mind and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. I think I know what I need to do, but I don't know if the game wants me to do what I want to do. Yeah, only 3 people. Yeah. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and... Yep, that implies... Yeah, exactly. That implies you're the killer. Mr. Wright's not the killer. The night the car asked me to deal cards for him. Right. But it just doesn't, it literally doesn't line up, right? If Phoenix is the one, like, if you're in the goddamn room, right, you see Phoenix strangle the motherfucker, and then apparently hit him with a bottle, you don't do anything? You're not the one to call the police? You don't run or try to get him off him? You know? In fact, Phoenix is the one that fucking called the police. It just doesn't make... She's not making sense. You know? We just gotta figure out where we gotta present this. It was cold. Both players played with the hats on. You know, I'll press that. Let me press that real quick.
It's already April. How could it be cold?
At Borscht Club, we have pride on a set authentic rustic Russian restaurant scene. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way am I going there.
When it comes to hot bullshit, cold is the best seasoning, duh. Okay, that was a lot of nothing right there. The victim, he played the whole time with his hand on his locket. Well, that's just the thing about the rocket. Last hand is done, something terrible happened. Oh, I already fucking went through this. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle. So I think I presented a crime photo 1 last time. What? No way! Oh, I'm doing terrible right now. What the hell? What the hell? I know it says it was removed during investigation. Hang on a second. Let me just make a save state real quick on my totally legit 3DS. On my totally legit. Both players played with hats on, duh. Yeah, okay. That was just a test. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. And last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That just doesn't add up, dude. Oh, really? What the fuck? Crime photo 2. Is there something... What? I don't get it. It feels like pretty cut and dry. Oh shit, okay. Oh, okay. I see. It was a 3D thing. Huh? Well, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Oh, that's a lot of nothing. The bottle's on Mr. Smith's side of the table. That is Mr. Smith's side of the table. What the fuck? This is hyper-specific, chat. Like, super hyper-specific. Alright, review evidence. Fucking autopsy report. But we can't present that because we're just gonna be beating a dead horse. Sub basement at the Borscht Club touched. I already presented this photo. What is this? I mean, this is just before the game even started, you know? Does he have a locket? Wait a minute, hang on. I don't... Wait a minute. Hang on. Is he wearing something there? The victim he plays the whole time with his hand on... Oh my fucking goodness. It's not there! The lock is not there! We got it! You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck. I believe she said. I hope you are going to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does this mean? If you are to believe this witness' testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor! It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all? He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? That's fucking weird. Oh! Eric! Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say? Yes? Yeah? I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy this? Why don't I just buy that it's just a coincidence? Well now, if the result of the poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabbed the bottle from table and... Indeed, look at the picture. It does seem to be a one-sided game. Maybe this is where your thing's gonna come in, Nick, that you mentioned. Where that is Mr. Smith's side, and the bottle is right there. Maybe this is where this is gonna come in. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Oh, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I've done. Common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. The game began with 3,500 chips for each man. It might be wrong, or I might have to press, but I'm going to save state just in case. But I think you might be onto something. No, never mind. Maybe you're onto something, but not right now. No, Apollo, a stream can be lost no matter how great you were. I mean, sometimes you gotta take L's, you know? You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? It must have been the most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. Streak, damn autocorrect. Damn autocorrect, I'll sue. The chips that went to... They went always to victim side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? One-sided and... We need more info. Last hand was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand. It was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand. Sounds rigged, methinks. This sounds a little fucked. However, so are the victims. One with highest number wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once a card laid down on the table, it happened. Okay. For last hand, defendant plays with all chips on table and lose. Hang on. I'm just comparing the two. The one who was winning, it was the victim. Did I press that already? Oh yeah, okay, I already pressed it. Whatever. Maybe we should get more info on this. Are those the usual starting points? Were there any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man begins with 3,500 points, then the totals would be... exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Gustav has nothing to say. Health chips come in two sizes, small and large. I'm just grasping right now. Are the chips in the photo... Are the chips in the photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Good Lord, Judge. Huh? Something fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? We should press harder. Maybe you can explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What did that explain? To be explained. God damn it. Poker chips are! Poker chips! Look at that fucking like cat face he has right there. They're not fishy and chip. They're not fish and chip. Oi, fish and chips! Thanks. Now that I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars? Or rubles or even? Knight! As I've been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Huh. No fucking way! Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chips, 100 points and 1,000 points chips. It is not money, duh. Justice. Sir! Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Oh, do the defendants want the witness to add? Yeah, you want to do that thing that he just said? You want to do it? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. Whatever. Okay, one kind of chip is worth 100 points. The other kind is worth... Which one's which? This defense attorney has the worst cut. He's a laughingstock, Your Honor. He's a loser, Your Honor. Wah. This music's pretty good. I fucking like this cross-examination theme. Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna save state because we made progress, and we're gonna jump back in. I feel like... Okay, think about it this way, chat. If the little chips are worth more, right? If the little chips are the 1,000, right, point chips, then Mr. Wright has 4,100. Meanwhile, Mr. Smith has 2,000, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. 2,900 versus 4,100, assuming the smaller chips are the 1,000 point chips, right? Which they haven't clarified that yet. But, if that is the case, right? That means Mr. Wright was winning, right? And that would mean he would have no motive to fucking bonk Mr. Smith on the head. And that would check out, because he's the one that called the police. Exactly, this doesn't line up. I'm gonna try this. Fuck yeah! You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? Bah! It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. if you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Here we go. Here we fucking go. Why, the big ones, of course. Duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. Oh! Oh, shit! I didn't even think about it from that angle. That's fucking clever. That is fucking... That's good. That's good right there. That's good. The totals? That... Wow, okay. Shit, that's actually really good. Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5.
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly... I like how he used the word allegedly. I used to have, like, a fucking gripe with, the older Ace Attorney games where they would never use this word at all. I don't know, I like it. Shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points, and the small chips are worth 100. I don't know if Adam's in chat right now, Basic, but welcome in. And you add them up. How much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Alright, Gavin's gonna do a gamer move called save stating, in case they want to fuck me over. Starting points were wrong, chip count was wrong, both were right. Yeah, okay, no, they were both right, because the starting points are correct, right? And the chip count is... Both the starting points and the chip count are correct. It's just the theory we were talking about earlier that's, you know, the truth.
Objection. Overruled. That's not a legitimate objection. And then your, like, health bar goes...
Anyway. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in the photograph, then there can only be one answer.
Well, what of it? I'm on the edge of my seat here.
The value of the chips was the other way around. Let's fucking go. Red's worth 1,000, blue's worth 100. Where's your suit? Oh, I'm not wearing my suit today because, you know, Phoenix is not wearing his suit, so I decided to go in the more Phoenix style. Sweatpants, sweatshirt, beanie. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again.
There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips.
What? Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Excellent work, Justice. Cries in lawyer. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes... Bruh.
Indeed, the victim did have the large number...
What are you talking? What are you talking about? Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. It just fucking clicked. I watched, like, I just watched, like a Windows, like, browser, like, YouTube buffer thing, and, like,
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add the points up for each side of the table. I did that. I did that already. Ah! Ah!
You know what? You know what? Since he's doing that sound, I'm gonna play a sound real quick. There we go. Let's see if it goes through.
That's just silly.
The victim.
Yeah. Damn, I counted right. I counted correctly.
Let's go, baby. I can count, chat. It's confirmed.
Well now. Well, that's more Mr. Me. Well now. It seems that Mr. Right was winning that night after all.
Objection. Oh! Oh! Oh!
That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! He was getting them W's! Yeah! Now, Miss Orley, you have known the true value. You must have known the true value of the chips since you were there at the scene of the crime.
That's nuts.
That's nuts! Weren't you? Ah! Eek!
Order! Order! The defense is fucking grooving! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether the...
Hold it. I think. Hold it!
Michael Jackson. Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, See what, Miss Orley? What do you see? Please, carry me! Save me, please! I don't want to take an L! In the left hand, there was cheat.
Bruh.
Cheat? You don't mean... A trick!
Incoming trick! Wait, or do you mean... a scam?
They're all the same thing. Yes, there was a cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. Okay, can you testify about the cheat? First we have lying, now cheating.
Well, this case certainly has taken a turn.
Shut up! Don't say that! Shut up!
For the interesting. Ooh, I'm on the edge of my seat. It's a murder trial, Mr. Gavin. Please take it seriously. What? No, no, don't mind me. No, I'm just having a good old time. I'm having a ball, you know? Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. I love that sitcom.
Wait, this is a murder?
Okay, basic. Pro tip for you. Almost every fucking trial we're gonna be doing in these games, murder trial. Everyone's dying. There's a lot of deaths. There's a lot of dead people.
There's four of each card in deck, from ace to king.
Ace a turn.
If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. Da! The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. What the fuck does this have to do with poker?
The prosecution is trying to go for the angle that Mr. Wright lost the game, or now in this case, was exposed for cheating at poker, and that would be his motive to kill the dude. That's where they're going with this. We're basically trying to call bullshit on that right now.
Your Honor, the defense has no bitches. I rest my case.
I did not want to voice that in Winston Payne's voice, so I did my Miles Edgeworth for you. So there you go.
Miss Orley!
Why'd you not tell the court about this from the very beginning?
I did not think it would come up.
I thought I smelled a cover up here. It's stinky. God, they need a shower. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
I'm thinking really hard about this one. Hang on. Manifesting. Manifesto. Rush. I'm sorry. I was getting lost in my own thoughts there. A Full House? Fucking love that sitcom. Damn. Everywhere you look, there's a heart or something, you know. Oh, that's such a good theme song, you know. A Full House is a very high-scoring game. Not easy to make in my... Okay, Judge.
That alone is enough to suspect less.
Okay.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Ha ha.
Honestly, lawyers get paid even more if they lose, so, like...
I mean, true, but like, you know, we're like anime lawyers. We have to believe in our clients and all that, you know. Mr. Gavin? What's a Full House?
Okay, you've clearly never watched.
Your Honor, focus! Your Honor! Your Honor, focus, damn it! Or lose your position!
Oh yeah! Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gavin, what's a Full House?
Oh, Mr. Justice, you've clearly never watched Nick at Night. Alright, here, I'll put it on for you today.
Lawyers these days, you don't know your sitcom television. Or rather your poker.
I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. Okay, coming from you? Really, man? Okay.
What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring?
Alright, Payne, meet me in the back. We're playing some fucking poker after this. Justice. For all. You know the term one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind.
Crescent moon cut. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair,
and 1 3 of a kind. That's a Full House. So 3 pair, 2 pair. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You gotta fucking cheat, bro. You cheat.
The defense may begin the cross-examination of the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright, lost that hand? Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? That sounds like a skill issue.
Who the fuck took the pictures? Oh, people during the investigation, I think.
Brrrr. But down. The last hand, both men had Full House. Hang on. There's 4 of each card in deck from Ace to King. Alright, so we got 3 kings over there, 2 aces right here. Awfully tidy for investigation photo. Why is she holding that thing? I don't know, it's her job or something. 3 sevens right there, and 2 aces. I'm gonna come back on that one. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. How was it clear? Ah, well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. Okay, so there's 4 aces. Huh? I'm no expert, but I see 4 aces. Fifth ace? I still remember both hands very well. Okay, Mr. Smith's hand has... What? We are asking at the moment. What? No! That is not Mr. Smith's fucking hand! You liar! Come on! Come on, that is not his hand! Yeah, that's Phoenix's hand. And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously cheating with a foot! Or perhaps I should say, a hand. Produce ching! Your Honor, perhaps this could be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add the detail to her testimony. Please. Okay, this is bullshit. Okay, this is easy. This one was easy. But I'm gonna say, just in case I fucking mess up somehow. Honestly, she's the killer? You think so? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, yeah, we got it. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Oh, okay, I see. She's making. Oh yeah, she's capping right now. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. Is it okay if I just point at, like, his hand? Or, like, the aces? Like, I hope they aren't very picky about this. Okay, yeah, we're good. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hands had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Eek! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused, you know? We all have off days. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand and that held... What the fuck? No. We can very clearly see both fucking hands. We are in a court of law. We are in a court of law, damn it. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating alright. It's going on right here in this courtroom. Based as fuck. Objection! She's hiding something. Overruled. I don't know. Two aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces.
1, 2, 3, 4! Oh my gosh! Thank you, Dracula from Sesame Street. You've taught me so much. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I've seen it. The fifth ace, attorney, is dual destinies. There was cheating, I swear to you. Mess on. She must be lying, yet she's the most...
1!
By the way, I think the redemption might still be available for you guys with channel points. But if you guys ever want me to do like an impression of like a voice in like any of these characters for you guys, feel free to redeem that, and I'll pretty much voice whatever goofy thing you want me to voice. Anyways, I think it might still be up. If not, I'll put it back up later. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin?
Who knows what lies in store ahead for us in the trial?
You're too slow.
Your Honor, if I may have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne.
Yes?
The player's hands the other night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that these cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Submit! Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will.
Which one of these is more sauce? Bum 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 bum. Bada bum.
Your Honor, I don't want to be rude, but how the hell did you gain your position with your mental capacity, or lack thereof? You know, I don't want to be rude or anything. In fact, I'm a new attorney. But, like, I mean, come on. Alright, chat, which one are we feeling? View victim's hand or view the defendant's hand? AKA, do we view Mr. Smith's hand, the dead guy, or Mr. Wright's hand, our client? Which one do you think will reveal cheating, potentially? I think we gotta examine maybe just one of them. I'm gonna save just in case. The dead guy, you wanna look at the dead guy's hand? Alright, okay, we got 2 on Smith. Alright, we're gonna view the victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir.
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles.
No, Sonic can't shoot Frosty. That's rude. No, that's just plain rude.
Okay, so this essentially he's giving us the evidence examination tutorial right now. We rotate stuff on the bottom screen down there, and we just look out for details that might seem off. Oh yeah, chat, you were right. Look at that. Yeah, look at those Phoenix emotes, baby. Okay.
What? Your Honor, look at this.
One of the victim's cards. By the way, chat, you fucking called that. Congratulations. Good job.
One. The back is a different color. Eh? Ah!
That's impossible. But they put the card in Wright's hand. That was a slip. You're the one fucking making the cheat. Did y'all hear that? Oh? Oh! Ack! What was that, Miss Orley?
No, my neat, and I immediately said, die,
Your Honor? Mr. Gavin? Yes? Did you all hear something? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Oh! Holy crap!
Wait, so you mean... Commenting on the description on the investigation team, how the feck did you miss a damn car discrepancy?
I don't know, I just thought the colors were neat.
No, this is your fucking job. You can't just like you can't overlook something like that.
I don't know how poker works, bro. I just work here. I just work here.
This witness, Miss Orley.
She's a cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Yeah!
Order! Order! Law and order. Judge Judy.
I think the judge got his mental. Hey, listen, judge is doing his best, you know? He's been doing this for a while, you know? Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. You know, I don't want to take advantage of her. Like, that'd be wrong. I'm in a court of law. I'm a fucking lawyer, alright? I just gotta, you know, take advantage of her slip of the tongue. Gosh, I'm having a lot of mental dialogue right now. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. That's impossible. But they put that card in Wright's hand. Yeah, there we go.
If Ogla doesn't spill her dish when things goes down, I'm a riot. You want to see the lobster get spilled?
Also, what? Ergo, Mr. Ogla Ori conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith! Or Shady Smith? I've been saying Shoddy. Why the fuck have I been saying? It's clearly Shady. It's clearly fucking Shady. Mr. Shady Smith! Also, the fucking Pursuit theme is playing, chat. In fact, I'm gonna let you guys enjoy that for a second. I think I hear a knock on my door. Alright, chitty chat chat, I'm biggity back. Ugh. Guys, Gavin's dead? Nah, Gavin's okay. I sentence her to 10 years at my house. My full house. Whoa! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Skill issue. Therefore, it's hard not to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What?
Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are ya? Your Honor, keep this man away from Miss Ogla.
Don't! She could possibly be a murderer. I'm not risen.
No, I'm not. No, I'm good.
Time for justice. Apollo justice. Justice for all. Ace Attorney. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. No, I mean, I don't mean I'm guilty, but I mean, yeah. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Ogla Ori, of murder. Eek!
Bruh, she's dead. Ah, she dropped it, kind of. Kind of what you wanted.
Get the cake before she gets baked. Mr. Perrin, where is your witness, Miss Ogla Ori? My tongue is like twisting reading that.
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice.
Your Honor.
It seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means?
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What? I did it. I held out. W's.
I see no point in prolonging Alright, Judge, you got this. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection! That's Phoenix's objection! Objection!
Insert 3 days grace pane here.
Mr. Wright?
You can end the trial here, Your Honor.
Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Perrin, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous! Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before!
The 2 decks of the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck.
Why use different colored backs?
If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed.
You use different colors and they still got mixed up.
We used the red deck for the last game. I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Because, you know, you're like Phoenix Wright. It's like your color, man. Like, you're the blue guy, you know? You're him.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Now that I think about it, that'd be a really shitty way to cheat. Now that I'm actually thinking about it. Because, like, fucking... Hang on. Oh, I can't examine that right now? No, I can't. Okay. Like, when you're playing poker, you're holding the cards like that, correct? So, this is Mr. Smith's hand. And he's like holding this in front of Phoenix. Phoenix would obviously be able to see the blue card, right? So, they wouldn't have even gotten to the point where, like, the game would even get close to ending, you know? Phoenix should have been able to call it out right there that he was bullshitting and cheating. Like, that's not a very good way to cheat at all. Like, that's like too dumb. You know what I'm saying? That's too stupid.
Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating.
Are we sure it was cheating? Or was it planting? Planting evidence. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Phoenix just wanted to crap on him knowing damn well his opponent was cheating. You're gonna go check it by Frosty? Oh, alright. Tell her I said hi. Or if you're talking about Frosty the God, you know, tell him I said hi as well. Apollo? Oh, you're gonna go check out Frosty. Yeah, she's live right now as well if you wanna go check her out. Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here, right? It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the new bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. Yeah! I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was a card swapped into the deck? Alright, it's time for Gavin to do the good old-fashioned technique, safe stating. When was the card swapped into the deck? If my theory is correct, I'm gonna go with the idea that the card was planted there. So I'm gonna say after the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder? Well, what's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly! Mr. Oh my god, wait a minute, you're right, Nick. I didn't even notice that. He does have a crescent moon on his head. I didn't even notice that the entire fucking time. Maybe because my eyes are down on the dialogue the entire time. So, like, I just don't look up here, you know, I just do the poses. That's silly! Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are of a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh! Whoa! He's like making a valid Wait a minute, that was my fucking argument! Yeah, wait! That was my argument! Alright, Apollo, I see you. Quite true. Phoenix sees them too. Welcome back. That would mean the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. We're going to like crazy town right now. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? No way! Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? What? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Ogla Orri. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue card? It wouldn't make sense if it was Phoenix, because Phoenix is pointing all this out to us. I don't think it's Ogla... Why would it be Ogla Orri, right? What would be her motive for that? She swore she saw 5 aces. Yo, welcome in, Ruthie. How you doing? Like, come on, really? I mean, like, it's not Phoenix, right? Phoenix is off the table. Ogla Orri or someone else. I'm gonna try... Okay, we're gonna do the good old G-Meister technique of save stating, because I'm really low on HP. And then we're gonna go... I'm gonna try someone else. I'm good. How about you? I'm freaking great. I'm playing my first Ace Attorney game in like a year right now. And honestly, it's so refreshing to play these games again. Yeah, it has to be someone else. That's what I'm thinking, basic. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, It doesn't seem like it could have been Ogla Ori either.
What are you suggesting?
That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. Unless she was in on the cheating, right? But she's the one that pointed out that a 5th ace or something. Or at least she claims to have.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious.
Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking about how much fun all of this is.
Me too, Phoenix! Me too, man. I'm just like, yo, we're having fun today, man. You know, good old courtroom drama. You know, good times, good times.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. And if the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and if it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it?
Precisely.
Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction? I thought we were only one direction.
We'll find that indeed after the murder.
I'm just thinking about how fun this is. Bruh, someone's fucking dead.
Yeah, well, I'm having fun, alright? Geez. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes.
I'm sure you're gonna tell us that first. The first was swapping the wrong color card.
Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Huh?
Oh wait, that's not the zoom in button. Wow.
The number? I see kings and I see aces. What is he talking about? Right, the person who replaced the 5th ace was the... Oh, that's what he means. Okay, never mind.
I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about right now?
I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house.
Oh! Wait a fucking minute! Hang on, chat.
Okay. So, fucking, essentially, the witness earlier, right? She basically said there was a 5th ace. She was sure of it, right? But maybe during all the fucking, you know, struggle, maybe that 5th ace, like, fell onto the ground, or was it removed or something? And then, you know, someone came in, planted evidence, and put in that king right there. Because they only knew that there was a full house. They didn't know if it was an ace or a king, you know? I'm gonna go do something. I'll be back to find the person and don't get baked. Alright. So they picked up the king from the table and swapped it. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what happened. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night of the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial proceeded on one central assumption.
Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only
3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. And while we're on recess, I'm going to use this opportunity to go use the restroom. So I will be right back. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves, get a snack, get a drink. Actually, yeah, I'm going to grab another water bottle too while I'm at it. I'm doing a lot of screechy voices after all.
I am back. You know, I've been streaming for a while. You'd think I'd make a BRB screen by now. I just keep forgetting to. Okay, so why is Ace no longer an attorney? That's a good question. You know, the series is commonly referred to as Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. So why is Phoenix no longer an Ace Attorney? Good question. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've got no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defendant to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice. Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. I'm just surprised to hear that you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? The music cut. What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think that I might cheat. I never, honest, but It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's not like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Huh? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No! Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass that secret on to you. Shout out to Mia. But I'm not worthy! I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. I almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. You know, the guards are just casually listening back there. They're like, oh wow, what a nice man. What a nice casual conversation they're having over there. Oh. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course, nor all shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Bum bum bum! To be continued. Obviously, we're gonna continue though. April 20th. Yeah. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Ogla Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again. That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient ground for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. She's back. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Holy shit, Kristoff. Holy fuck. That's... Okay. Damn. Nay. Not. Whoa! Name's Ogla Ori, and that's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Ogla Quickfingers Orley. Oh? Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. Ha! And my last name sounds like, oh, really? There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. What the fuck? Witness, you will tell the court what you're really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? I remind you that you're currently under oath. You know, just a casual reminder. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. And the ones from before I didn't? Okay. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borshit Bull Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim? Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, I would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on his prior wins. A 7-year legend, destroyed by one little card. That was the plan! Oh, you should be good at the prison in my book. She should at least be fucking charged for, like, you know, straight up lying in her testimony, committing perjury, you know? Oh, really? Ulri? Oh, really? How droll. But it appears you have made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right! He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be slipped free from a trap laid by Ogla Quick Fingers Orly. Oh really? Badoosh Ching. The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Alright, Judge. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could, testify to the court. Alright, Judge, look at you go, man. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Shut up, Billy. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was the no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. How vague! The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With a witness like her, who needs criminals? Okay, that's kind of funny. That's a good one, Apollo. And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? True. Winston Payne hasn't said anything for like the past 5 minutes. The best laid traps. Oh my god, chat! Our health bar is back! The night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand like he was supposed to. Then Smith. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But the card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card. That's why it's called Trying About Trump, by the way, the name of the episode. The 5 of Hearts. Gone. Without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long, storied career Never has Quick Fingers Orly been so readily duped.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on.
So what happened? What did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Thorley and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... What was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yeah, of course. Miss Orly, you're hiding something! What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick Fingers Orly, hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations! I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. There it is again. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? The witness, for instance, in Thorley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa! What's going on? The sensation. It is coming into focus. There! That twitch is so clear! It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Gotcha. Miss Orly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Did someone spike the punch? The hell was that? It was our lawyer superpower, Nick. Lawyer superpowers. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she's talking about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her of most of the memory of the moment of the crime? Miss Orly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. Okay, yeah. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable, thank you, there we go. I'm like, my tongue is like twisting for some reason. Impression on your neck is... Oh? I'm not gonna bother save stating since we have HP at the moment. It has to be the bottle, right? I mean, we don't have anything else. Okay, yeah, it is, okay. I thought they were going for something else for a second. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were the only witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. Whoa, new sprite right there. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Knight, I am knowing nothing. What the fuck? You got the outfit back on? Huh? Oh? We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. Bah, fine. Oh, the Allegro's playing. The cross-examination Allegro. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sights until the cops got there. Not true. Because of the cell phone. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Bullshit Bull Club. Ugh. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Eek! Hey, look, she dropped all the food like you wanted, Nick. Ogla, how stupid do you think we'd all be? It's a good question. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Okay, we're getting this again. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It is gone! The card is gone! You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You some master of cheating you turned out to be. BAM! Hick! When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Huh. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with... It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It's just like a bad fucking dream right now. It appears the prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. Wow. What? 3 were in the room of the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she had a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled The witness got into an argument with our client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement, I might have mispronounced that. Denouement of the argument was murder. Hang on, I'm gonna type that one into like, hang on, I want to hear how that one's pronounced. D-E-N-O-U-E. Ment. Denouement, I think, but let's hear it.
Denouement.
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 Denouement. Alright, thank you. Thank you, Texas Beach, you're very helpful. And the denouement of the argument was murder. Thank you.
What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of the cards were being used. A fourth person.
Ha! This theory again? Your fourth person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're getting luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the card made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the back of the cards. Right, but how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game was red. Yet, there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue.
Yeah, I have that impression too. But why?
Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear!
Who is this fourth person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this?
Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final games were blue? Is someone colorblind? Alright, let's look. Boss at Gavin's law office, a first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. Pianist at the Bow Street Boat Club, formerly an ace attorney of some renown. The victim of this case, a traveler only relatively recently back in country. A professional swindler, hired by the victim to destroy Phoenix Wright's reputation. The prosecuting attorney, for all of his experience, he lacked a certain presence. Alright. So it can't be Phoenix Wright. It can't be Shady Smith. I was gonna say Shoddy again. It can't be Olga Orley. Winston Payne wasn't involved at all. Our suspect list is very small and very limited, chat. It's not Phoenix. It's not you. Because they would have to be in the know, right? Like, he was playing the game. He would know the color of the cards. She was in on it. She would know the colors of the cards. And he was in on... Well, not in on it, but he's a poker professional. He would know the color of the cards. And Payne wasn't there. Obviously. You know, he's a prosecutor. But that leaves Christoph Gavin. No fucking way. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. Were there proof for this, though? But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How could he? How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. Okay. You can't tell which of the cards are blue. The ones on the floor are on the table. And normally in this series, prosecutors are the ones that go investigate, and defense attorneys aren't really supposed to do that. So Christoph wouldn't have been on the scene of the crime for the investigation, at least not legally speaking. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. You can only see a blue deck. You can only see a blue deck in the photo. You can't see the red deck because all the cards are like faced up. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Oh, this was way fucking earlier. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs rethered in blue flame, knows when he was being fucking poetic. What the fuck? Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden.
Right. You weren't seriously accusing me, are you?
Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite... I've seen that out of context a couple times. That's funny. But I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had connection to Mr. Smith, either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met! Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happen before that game of poker be related?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley...
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
And this is why Phoenix specifically chose Apollo instead of Christoph.
Huh? Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Did the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Of course. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. G. Meister? Mr. Adam Graves?
Mr. Gavin! You were at the Bullshit Bull Club the night of the murder?
I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will. I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. And as I did back then, and now. Based. He's so based. He's so cool. Why is he so fucking cool? I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice! Sir? He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir? Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? With the Wright? No way. I'm sorry, the music is jamming. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in the photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another call to defense attorney Gavin. Okay. God, it's such a good song. $5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear that they passed in the hall?
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be. If that was all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? Phoenix looks like he has no idea what's going on. Except when he's in this fucking sprite right here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's ask about the dinner. He has two moods. Scheming lying thief or no thought. Head empty, no thoughts. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes. He had dinner. He dines with me at the Bullshit Bull Club. Borscht bowl club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. It's all usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
Oh, I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed. The remnants of my meal was Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, and Christoph left. After that... Okay, we already pressed him on that.
It's so funny seeing how there's so many people playing the new Zelda game, and it's just Gavin playing Apollo Justice. I'm not like your average streamer, don't you know? I'm not being that fucking needle in a haystack, fucking, you know. I was actually talking about this last night in DMs with Noir. I'm not gonna stream the new Zelda game, at least not month 1, because then I'm just a needle in a haystack. Like, that category is fucking flooded with other streamers right now. So, you know, I'd rather play in a category in my own lane, you know. I bet I'm like literally probably like one of like 1 or 2 fucking Apollo Justice streamers right now. Exactly. Like, you'd be lucky to find someone's stream on like page 17 of the category, you know?
When the trap failed, Smith hit the witness. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Ogla Ori mentioned? The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in the right pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call them out and search right. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards!
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk? Mr. Wright, are you testifying to the court that you are quirky?
Yeah, I'm just a quirky hobo, you know?
Are you in the same case? Oh yeah, we're in the same case. These go on for a while, basic, you know? It's not like we just go bam, 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 one case to the next. No, ho, ho, get comfortable.
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Hey, look, a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it with a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice that I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Wow! An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon! Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived.
That sounds like terrific drama.
Oh man.
Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Nice, I'm glad he's in Fortnite. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
And just like Breath of the Wild, I bet that category is flooded right now. Not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, same thing. Different game. Mr. Wright, the poker head of Courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Oh, I love drama. Please provide your testimony with this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game. And okay, so before we present literally anything, let's check this out. Let's check if the card is actually in there. Can I not? Hang on a second. Oh no, this is how I get to the court record. Okay. Is that on the bottom, maybe? The bottle's completely empty. I don't like how he's looking at me. I don't like how he's looking at me. I don't see the fucking... What? I don't see it. Chat, I don't see it. Whoa! Thank you, Adam, for subbing at tier 2, man. Appreciate that. Yo, welcome back in, Joe. Thanks for subbing at tier 2, man. Appreciate that. Now you have access to the Joker emote. Honestly, I need to get some new emotes, but you know, the ones I have for now will do. I love G-Egg though.
You're fucking based, Adam. You're fucking based.
The bottle's completely empty. It's... Adam, thank you for gifting a sub to Basic. Yo, wait a minute, you gifted him a tier 1 sub? Fucking Adam coming in right now with all the fucking W's? That's fucking based. Thank you so much, Adam. Appreciate that, man. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any cards in here. Hmm? No? He's so fucking head empty. No thoughts.
What, Mr. Wright? Surely isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Or, and a 6th person could have helped. How many people does it take to open a bottle, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. Jeez, Louise, back off.
Okay, back to committing the rumbling. Order 66, M0 Mortal Planet Fortnite.
That is... Fortnite's fucking crazy right now, Joe. That's nuts, man.
My apologies, Your Honor. I won't say you have a disparage... I won't have you disparaging our investigation, either. All the genocides in Fortnite. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him! It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO! Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening. So we can't just present this again. I know that might be hard to see, but chat. Am I mistaken to say if that bottle's open right here in that picture? Implying that maybe someone took the card out? I know this is kind of hard to see right there. No, actually, the bottle is open. But the bottle we have right now... That one. Is capped. Nope, never mind. It was worth a shot.
I follow you on Twitch.tv.
Whatever. Thank you. You should also give yourself the tier 2 roll as well, Adam. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. Let's press him. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already. Ooh, you're gonna take the number 1 for bits? That is quite more steep, because number 1 for bits is like 4,000 something with Noir, I think. Dead, yes. Dead ass, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
A little?
He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. Could you explain... Perhaps. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. I'd figured Christoph's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fee. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. I sense, like, some fucking passive aggression. Like, in the end, he does not pay. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Yes, sir. Banana. Banana. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. Let's look at our evidence again. What time was it? Probably doesn't matter. But he died about 2 a.m. Banana. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Who knew Phoenix Array would be very hard to, like, fucking cross-examine? That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney. Okay, that's nothing. That's a nothing burger right there. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. I discovered the trap during the game. So that would be the bottle right there. And he would have shoved it in? No, that's reaching. God damn. That's the only amended, like, statement we've had so far in this testimony. That seems right. Where's the contradiction? Let's try pressing again. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming.
Ho ho ho! So you struck first! Oh, I like that. Good drama.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Alright, at the time of death was around 2 a.m., April 17th. Check the bottle again. Nothing is in there. That shit is head empty. Alright, you're gonna lurk. Best of luck. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that. Appreciate the lurk. Nope. That was reaching. Banana. The music's going off right now. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was whatever. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made a phone call. What? Okay. Whatever. Shut up, Christoph. What is he saying? We sat at the table in the photograph. There's multiple bottles of grape juice next to right. Maybe we have the wrong bottle? Nope. Okay, Gavin's gonna have to do the good old-fashioned technique of save stating in a minute. Phoenix is kicking my ass right now. It couldn't have been during the game. Hear that speed up right there? That was funny. Are we sure it was during the game? Or was it before the game? I have no idea. I feel like I'm reaching. Phoenix is fucking... I noticed, Adam, you should thank Adam. He gifted you a sub. Yeah, now you can use Phoenix Objection. Which would be great if we can fucking objection to Phoenix himself right now. Welcome to Tier 1 Lounge, man. Welcome in. Adam gifted you a sub in there. He gave you the ticket. The girl is knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Also, that means you can no longer get ads for an entire month, basic. So enjoy it, ad-free viewing as well. And a multiplier on your channel points. Are Smith's fucking... No. Adam just subbed the tier 2, funny enough. When I returned, he was dead. So if I press this, he's... Can I run a poll for, like, mod? No thank you. That's what I made on the phone call, the defense attorney Gavin. Yo, shout out to G-Egg. Yeah, I figured. That was kind of me. I'm reaching right now. Like... Good, honestly, good on you for asking before wasting G-Gems. I mean, I could always just refund them, but, you know. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. What happened in that 5 minutes? Used by the defendant. Notify the police from the first floor restaurant. From the first floor. Oh, you already are a G supporter. Oh, Adam forgot to give you G supporter. There you go. Adam just forgot to give you G supporter. I have to update my credits after this stream. I discovered the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Is this just gonna be a Nussenberger again? Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely? Okay, yeah, this is the same thing. We're looping. Huh? Okay, yeah, okay, so we're looping again. I don't think the card disappeared. I don't... Guess who just used Twitch Prime? Owen, did you just use Twitch Prime? Appreciate it, man. Welcome in, by the way. You know what? Let's press him again. Let's press him on this again. Why in the bottle? Oh, fuck. I've already done this. I've already done this. The victim's hand. Chad, does anyone have any ideas? Alright, thank you for popping in, Olin, and using your Prime. And I hope you have a good night and a good day at work tomorrow. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Am I thinking too much about this? Is it like really obvious? Right, cell phone. I don't get it. Fuck. We sat at the table in the photograph. I'm fucking looking in there, man. Does it have something to do with one of those bottles? I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. You know what? It's time to go. I'm just gonna go process of elimination. I already presented that. Chip photo? No, nothing. We ain't getting shit, brother. What the hell? Wait, is it the cards? No. No fucking way. What is it? What the hell is going on? What is going on? I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Chat, anyone know what's happening? The girl's knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. When I returned, he was dead. That's not wrong. I just wanted to see if it's... Oh, damn. I have no idea. I don't know. This is crazy. This is like so cryptic. I'm blanking right now. I'm just... My brain is like trying to process all the information and the evidence I have. Yeah, at the same time, I'm also blanking. I pressed everything, I think. That's the one about him being shocked. We already did this. Five minutes? The two of them could have passed in the restaurant. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? Ah, okay, we've already gone through this. I don't know. I'm ready to go process of elimination, like literally everything. Oh shit, I misinput. Whoop. I don't get it. Dude. Dude. I'm gonna try the autopsy. Nope. Nope. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here, man? What is going on? I've tried presenting the chip photo on this, the victim's hand. Dude. I'm just going process of elimination now. I don't know. What the fuck is... Dude, what is this? The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Did you? What? I'm trying to see if, like, we get that perceive thing going. Like, I can't think of any evidence. Is Phoenix, like, doing a habit or something? Like, let me look at... Is Phoenix doing anything with his Sprite? Like, his Sprite Cranberry? Dude, what the fuck is going on? He looks like the most chill man ever. I don't know. Can we present profiles in this game? Is that a thing? Wait, can we? No, we can't present profiles in this game. The man's on something. Phoenix is cracked out right now. I have no idea. The girl's knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. I know, I'm using the good old-fashioned save state technique, Noir. You made the call on my totally legit 3DS, by the way. It comes with a cursor, don't you know? You made the call to the police first, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was there anyone there first? Nah, that's lame. I'm watching that bottom screen like a fucking hawk right now. Can I perceive him? Is that a thing I can do? Like, we only got one thing updated in his testimony. Oh, ho, ho. Phoenix, right. Alright, everyone. Let's play the game of, let's review the evidence. Blunt trauma to the head. Between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15. Phoenix is doing something. The girl's knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead. God damn, Phoenix. Trickiest, he's honestly one of the trickiest witnesses I've ever fucking encountered in one of these games. I mean, that's consistent with the evidence. No? Bro, this ass is dead. Wait a fucking minute! Yeah, Adam gave Basic a sub. He gifted out a sub. Dude, that just shows how based Adam is. But I just had a thought. Phoenix wouldn't be able to see the goddamn cut on his forehead. Because look at the description of this photograph, right? There's a cut, right? You can see the cut clearly. Photo of forehead. Hat removed during investigation. They removed that hat during investigation, implying it was on by when Phoenix was there. Fuck you, Phoenix! I got you! Oh, I got you! Trickiest shit of my goddamn life right there. Oh, he's a clever little snake. He's a clever little sneak, dude. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. R/whoosh. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Huh? Good point. Justice! Next time you point out inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head. Huh? You?
You put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph.
And?
I picked up his hat off the floor and put it on his head.
Why would you do such a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head.
Phoenix fucking right!
I just do a little bit of trolling. Don't mind me, chat. You know? Here we go again. Mr. Gavin?
Pardon.
It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies.
Why would you fucking test Apollo? He's doing a little bit of trolling, Noir. He's just doing a little bit of trolling.
I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Oh, here we go. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never! And I've got to make my decision. This time it could be my moment. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Don't you fucking dare, Kristoff. Eh? When I noticed the trap, put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
Reason?
That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That's right. That's night? That night. Oh, my fucking goodness. That night. Recall that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Phoenix is my pianist. True. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. The gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate? Kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
What the fuck? He's the fucker. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Honestly, you know what, Mr. Wright? You and I, we've always had some good times together, you know? I always thought you were one of the good ones.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Still, I'm not sure if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this? Bone china pate. I believe Kristoff is the fucker.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court.
Exactly, how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head?
So, this is your reason? The reason why you put the victim's hat back on? Your point, Mr. Gavin? Alright, back to Gavin Mispronouncing Things, episode 59. Borscht. Borscht. Thank you, Noir. The Borscht Club. It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright.
Order! I will have order!
Mr. Payne.
God, I forgot I was here! Yes, Your Honor?
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take a stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
Ooh.
Bro.
How the fuck did you forget either?
I mean, I haven't had dialogue in like 20 minutes, Basic.
Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this?
May I?
Oh shit. May I? Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
What's all this about?
Ah, is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? That's where the missing ace card is. Mr. Smith's hands had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. If it is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating. I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth! My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it! This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into a thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I had seen her recently, but where? That's Noir spitting right now. That is Phoenix's daughter. That's when I made the connection.
Yep, Phoenix's daughter. There you go. No Kristoff, no Phoenix. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you won, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. The witness state his name and occupation.
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom, like a parrot testifying, or like physics and gravity being fucked, ghosts appearing in the courtroom, and all that weird stuff. There's been some weird shit, man.
Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. Fucking robot testifying. That hasn't happened yet.
How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seemed to have an inordinate interest in it.
Oh, he fucking said it!
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. He's playing the fucking objection scene from the first game! Oh shit! Banner. This is objection 2001, chat! Dun 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 dun. There he is! Mr. Wright? I have literal chills going up my spine right now, chat. What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? It's almost... I think the reason why he's next to Apollo is... I mean, the defendant is allowed to stand next to the defense attorney when they're not testifying. Maggie Bird did it in Justice for All, in the first case of that game. And, you know, Maya, I think, has done it a couple times, maybe? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have to be at the scene of the crime. At the time of the crime! In other words, you'd have to be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? He's so cool! He's so fucking cool! Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? He's just so cool, though! Look, I'll simp for Hobo Phoenix. I will simp for Hobo Phoenix. Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Huh? Yet I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man, that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. You're crazy. So, you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? BRB, gotcha, basic. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. God, words. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that because that was the one probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh, Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. No, fuck, I'll play Phoenix, it's fine. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Am I even fighting Pain anymore? I feel like I'm fighting him. Oh god, they didn't heal my health bar. The rage I sensed from that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. That man? You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? Let me see where that window is. Would he be able to see? Chat, would he be able to see from that window? Like, everything? Because he's about... Okay, let's go. Let's continue the testimony. Watch this. It must have been right after the murder took place. Sure. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. I don't know about that one. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know about that one, Chief Rooney. But it's good enough for him. Fine, let's just start pressing. The little window. The little window. You mean the one who used to keep watch upstairs? Yes, the relic of an ancient past. The black marketers used it, I believe. Why'd you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier just to open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything you're saying makes sense. So far, anyways. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really? No need to shout, Justice. Eric. I'll just get into that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along. Oh, that's awesome! That's awesome, Basic. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? I'm just gonna keep pressing. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright.
Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime! Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said! Ah yes, the mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose? Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Huh? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. The fifth ace? Right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point out a reason? I think we actually can. It's now or never. The defense would like to present the evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Alright, thank you for tuning in, Nick, and I hope you have a good night, man. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace? The reason is, this! Is that an ace? Why has it got blood on it? Right next to the spade! What? What? This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable! How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the... Gavin, you gotta remember how to pronounce that. Hang on, let me see. Let me listen to that again. Borscht. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. No! No! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence! It's a fraud! Fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen onto one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh. Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken the card from this crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture! Baseless! There's an objection again, chat. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. That's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. What? It's amazing, really. how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram does it fit? The victim, the killer, the witnesses, or the second witness? The second witness being Kristoff, I think. And before we point it out, it has to be witness number 2. The second witness's position is the problem. The second witness... That would be Mr. Gavin, yes? The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word. Ah! I cannot see what the bloodstained card has to do with the second witness's location. I'm afraid you're more... Oh, shit. That's why we save, chat. That's why we save. Is it the killer? The killer in this case is being framed to be Phoenix. That is the waitress, and that is... Well, it isn't the victim's position that's the problem. I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall onto the floor, not onto the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. The chair was facing the other way. It would have to be. It would have to be. So, we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victim, the killer, the witnesses, or the second witness? Okay. Whose location creates a... I think the killer? Or the witness? The contradiction point the location of the witness. What did the witness location contradict? Whatever. That's perhaps witness number 2? What doesn't make sense is the second witness. You mean to say I don't make sense? Oh, no, of course you do, sir. As I thought. Help! The killer? Actually, yeah, the killer would actually make more sense here. I'm just Pew! The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Seeing where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what are you saying? But what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? And there's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But... There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. Alright, let's go, Mentor Phoenix. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. There's only one thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing for you? So this is Phoenix's moment where he's like, try thinking outside the box, Apollo. Kind of like what Mia taught him in the first game. Okay, so he's faced right here. They can't crawl over the table or everything would be like all fucked up and knocked over. Adam, you just want a code for Tears of the Kingdom? That's fucking awesome, dude! Congratulations. So, the killer had to be standing well, here! You get points for flair, but that's all you get. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing out there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that, at that very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! Everyone's lucky today. True. Luck is crazy. Apollo Justice is bringing all the luck. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout. Immediately! Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately! Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes. I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. Aw. Aw. Judge. I do my best. But, let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Oh my goodness! If you move the cupboard, it blocks the window. Meaning Kristoff couldn't have witnessed the crime from the window. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown as here. Now, everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe will be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know of the crime? I forgot to save state. I just clicked. I forgot to save state. About this cupboard? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Don't give me a game over. Don't give me a game over. Don't give me a game over. I didn't fucking save state. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Oh! That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense attorney in the West losing his cool? I think we're safe. Ugh, don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game till someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window of that room was blocked by the cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly. Where did you witness the crime scene from? Ugh! Ugh! Excuse me, Your Honor! Excuse me, Your Honor! I don't know. What's the bailiff voice? Order! This is a court of law, and I will have order! We just now received word from our investigation team at the Gavin? Hang on. Hang on. Let me hear how to pronounce that again. Borscht. Thank you. Don't open that. We just now received word from our investigation team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind. Holy shit. What? Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks in the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember me watching G-Meister. Thanks, man. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentioned it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. You never know what you might need to duck away from never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. Me having something to watch after G-Meister. So the room has a secret passage? Where did it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. And enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout! Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something! Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. Dual destinies! I'm kidding. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it! Rah! Eek! Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Ogla Ori, without code, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone with the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled a chair around to look and... After the deed was done... Oh shit, I was doing Apollo. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the card on the floor. It feels nice not having ads. I know, right? Like, no interruptions at all. You guys just get to chill out and just relax and just watch. It's nice. And the fact that they were all red. Ugh. Huh. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Eek! Yes, Your Honor! The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Grog! Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances called for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Holy shit, Fortnite's lit, I bet. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. That is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? Objection! Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the codfish squirms at the... see how the codfish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Ugh. Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said that the line of court said that the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry. Justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down after the sleep state? Oh, fuck, I just realized. That'll do it. It's actually easier to show than you showed you. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Everybody do the dinosaur? Honestly, this stream is lit. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Basic. I'm glad to know I can do Ace Attorney again and you guys will enjoy it. Yes. Now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Ah! See? Your natural go-to to pick up the bottle is by its neck. With your fingers upside down! Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have just remembered. So when you went to pick up one of the bottles from under the piano, you switched the bottles! And you took one of Mr. Wright's bottles, and it looked like the murder weapon! He's spitting facts! Order! 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 What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. Objection! I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottle from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. God, Gavin, are we pronouncing that correctly?
Borscht.
Yeah, we are pronouncing it. Cool. The Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you going to dust that finger? What are you going to dust? Our homie got our back. Our homie Phoenix Wright. What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake. True. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle! The fucking card's in there. There's something inside the bottle! What's this? That card! It can't be! Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Ogla Ori? Yes, our little swindling Dickovich. Davakata? I have no idea how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. Oh shit, a little bit of... Okay, we're okay. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searches him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed! Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is The planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found out the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night.
You, Mr. Christoph Gavin!
Yo, Phoenix emote. Look, whoa, 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 whoa! He's defying gravity! He just fucking he just levitated those fucking dishes. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago! My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete, Mr. Wright? This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? No, you've been benched. I'm sorry, Payne. I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin. He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder, why would he do such a thing? He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? Not that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? Yo, I bet you're fucking winning right now in Fortnite. I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him? I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. No, it's almost like, you know, the judge is talking to me right now, because it's been like a year since I was last streamed Ace Attorney. That's so sweet. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I can confront him. The first was a place where no justice would be tolerated. Injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright, our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. He's so genuine with that smile. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned. April 20th, 4:28. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. That was the Phoenix voice. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Oh, of course it is. It's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, the locket really did belong to me. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified. You said the locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the strangest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of the job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know about it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. But I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence that struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I bet this was the forged evidence. A naughty magician trick. That's the only one we got off a magician. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence as a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the scene. From the crime scene. The real killer! Ugh! My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney! Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true! The rumor is true! 7 years ago! None of that matters much now, does it? Ah! 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 I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, and about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packed a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. The end. Turnabout Corner. A new episode has been added. So chat, 4.5 hours into stream, we finished the first case. How are we feeling? Feeling pretty good about it? You guys having fun? Big plot twist there at the end, with Phoenix fucking forging evidence. And Apollo punching him, too. More? I mean, we could wrap up. We could wrap up here and save case 2 for another day, or we can start up case 2 or something. I'll run it to a poll. I think that's probably like the best move. Nah, I'm not interested in Fortnite tonight. So I'll run a quick poll for you guys. I'll run this poll for about, 5 minutes maybe. I'll throw on some background music real quick. No G-Gems involved in this poll, by the way. Apollo Justice. Court. No, that's not the music I want to play. Yeah, okay, I'll play this song for you guys. Alright, while that's playing, I'm gonna use the restroom. And if we say no, I'll raid out to another streamer.
Alright, what's going on? Let you might get some sleep. I'm probably not going to be sleeping for a while, ironically enough. Flash announcement. Poll running. Bam, there you go. I'm not going to participate in the poll, so there you go. I should make a BRB screen. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, I see how this is gonna go. Alright, so we're wrapping up for the night, essentially. I'll just check in some other things. Alright, but before we wrap up, let me do this little, thingy. First of all, again, shout out to Adam for subbing at Tier 2, and Adam for gifting a sub to Basic. That was very cool of him. And let me bring us to the outro screen, which this credits will be updated on the next stream, so it'll include Basic and Adam's new Tier 2, so that'll be very cool. But, yeah, Basic, look, your name will be up there on the next stream. Isn't that cool? Anyways, yeah, so before we raid out, you guys know where to find me, you know, the Discord server right here, the YouTube channel, you know, Patreon if you're interested, like our tier 3 sub / first mate patron Noir, and what else do I got for you? That's kind of it, really. But before we go, I'd like to raid out if possible with you guys. Actually, I'll make a basic command for you sometime. So hang on, let me see if I can get this set up for you. Hang on a sec. I hate how Twitch is making it so that I'm only rating, like, big peeps. Yeah, okay, let's raid into Zach Padilla, I think that's how you pronounce it? I don't know. But they're a friend of mine, they stream Kingdom Hearts, I watch their content, and so let's give them some love, you know? Oh shit. I clicked unraid. Shit, my bad. Whoopsie doopsie. Shit, my bad. Gavin is not good at this, clearly. Actually, never mind. I don't know if we have enough people. No, I don't know if we have enough folks for a raid. You know what? We'll raid another time. I'm sorry. I'm just insecure at the moment. But yeah, I guess I'll see you guys the next one. Peace out. Meister out.